The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. All right, everybody, just to give you a quick update here, we have a new flash flood warning that's in effect right now, and that does include St. Charles, Warren counties. Just a quick look here at some of the rainfall totals over the last 12 hours. You're starting to see it. 1 to 3 inches has been pretty common here, showing up just west and southwest of St. Louis. So again, the big thing here is not driving into flooded roads. We're going to have water problems for sure. There's no question about that. As this heavier rain is making its way into the area right now, it is going to be a deluge. It's in here just in time for the evening rush hour. Of course, we have the flash flood watch in effect for much of the area as well, and that will be sticking with us here for a time longer as we go into this evening. That's just your looking right now at the rainfall. That's how much has fallen. Here's what it looks like as this is pushing in, and much of the metro area has a flood advisory, but this is some pretty heavy rainfall coming in, and we can expect 1 to 2 inches of rain. That's on top of what we've already had, plus a lot of lightning and thunder with this. And then you look down to the south and you see there is more across southern portions of the viewing area moving in through Phelps County, which is also under a flash flood warning, as is Gasconade, parts of Franklin, now into Warren, and western St. Charles and central St. Charles County. I think we'll be adding to that down to the southeast of us here too, as we continue to see all of these storms. Not severe, but certainly capable of producing downpours, and they are moving to the northeast. So metro area right now, you're pretty much getting some of the heaviest rain we have seen all day. We had a big batch this morning. Now you have the next round coming in. And so this will add another inch or two on already saturated ground, and it's coming pretty quickly. So with that in mind, there will be at least some flooding across the area, some flash flooding of the smaller creeks and streams. The ditches are going to rise, all of that sort of thing. And everything is pushing northeastbound. The other thing we'll be watching here as we look down into Arkansas is we have some pretty intense thunderstorms down here. They also are moving northeast bound, and they have the potential of producing some severe weather over far southeastern portions of Missouri. I don't think it's going to get into our area. It definitely is not going to get to St. Louis, but our concern for any severe weather would be down into Reynolds County, Iron County, and Madison County in particular, down to the south of us. So let me pop this back over here, show you the radar, where that is and how it's moving in. It's quite a mess here on the radar screen at this hour. And again, St. Louis just really starting to get in on this now, right down 55, pouring from Arnold south through Festus at this point. We look back here down to the southwest, more thunderstorms moving northeast bound. We get down here looking at what's coming out of Arkansas and into the Ozarks. That all still has to get through here too. So we got to deal with that this evening. Flash flooding is going to be our biggest concern, but we can't rule out some severe thunderstorms down towards Reynolds, Iron, and Madison counties as we head through this evening. All right, we're going to get you back over to the looping radar, if you will, in just a few seconds. And we'll keep that going here through this evening, but we'll pop back in from time to time, keeping you updated on what's going on around the St. Louis area as we track these rainmakers, heavy rainmakers across the region.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact.
Goodness, that was loud. Hello, everybody. Sorry if that blew you out of the water there. That was kind of loud. All right, so let's get caught up on what's going on. And we'll just start. I'll give you kind of the overview. I'll get in here. We'll start this off, and we'll kind of just go through the warnings that we have in place right now. None of this is severe. This is all because of heavy rain. So we have flash flood warnings that include the city of St. Louis County, back into St. Charles County, back into Warren County, and Franklin County here, also down into Phelps County. We just had another warning issued here. We're basically taking St. Genevieve and St. Francis County, Washington County, Iron, Madison, and Reynolds County now. This heavy rain lifting in from the southwest, pulling to the northeast. There may even be some smaller hail in here, but whatever it is, it's coming down at the rate of 1 inch plus per hour. And we can't handle that on our already saturated grounds down to the south and southwest of St. Louis here over that hilly terrain. Just cannot handle it at this point in those areas. So that's kind of where we stand right now as to where things are in terms of the overall effect of what we're doing. Those are the current warnings. So we're still in our weather impact alert here, and it's all about the flooding rains and the heavy rain that we're going to see. So I want you to take a look here at this map, okay? I've got the satellite, the radar, and temperatures plotted on this map. It's kind of the all-inclusive map, so you can get one look at it and see what all's going on. The one important thing to note here, Cape Girardeau still 62, St. Louis still 52. That's as warm as we've been all day long, right? But then look down here in Memphis. Temperatures have been in the mid-80s in Memphis. Nashville's been in the mid-80s. We have this front that's really right along the Kentucky-Tennessee line, arching back to the boot heel, and then kind of arching back down here into portions of Arkansas. That boundary is what is separating us from this heavier rain and maybe a bit of a hail threat here over some of our southern counties from a tornado threat, which is in that warm air farther to the south. So I think the heaviest rain, and our flash flood watch goes, into tomorrow night, but the heaviest rain with this is going to be happening this evening. So whatever flash flooding we have will be at its worst between now, we think, and midnight. And then after that, it looks like the heavier rain's pushing away. So we're dealing with these showers and thunderstorms with downpours that keep going over the same areas. So our strong storm chance in terms of a severe weather potential, with the main risk being hail, is down south of St. Louis. That does include Crawford and Washington counties. It includes St. Genevieve, St. Francis County, Randolph County in Illinois, Washington County in Illinois, and then points on to the south from there. But there is a little bit of a fudge factor when those watches are issued, and that's probably on the northern side of erring on the side of caution with that potential. What we're for sure seeing is the heavy rainfall. And we've already had problems with the poor drainage areas flooding. We're seeing some of those low creeks, or the creeks and streams, and in particular, they've spilled out into the low flood-prone areas already. The creeks and streams are jumping rapidly. Deer Creek there in Maplewood looks like it's up about 10 feet from this morning. The smaller rivers, they tend to rise a little bit slower. That's your Merrimack, that's your Big River, that's the Burbus River. Joachim Creek's probably a little faster, but they'll come up. But in some cases, it's the delayed runoff from the smaller creeks and streams that eventually gets there. So tonight, if we're going to have significant flash flooding, your phone, if you've set to receive those government alerts, will go off. Now, we have the flash flood warnings in effect right now for much of the area. Again, St. Genevieve County, St. Francis County, Washington County, Iron, Madison, Reynolds, St. Louis City, St. Louis County, St. Charles County, and Franklin County. That's where we had the flash flood warnings, okay? So we're already seeing some flash flooding. Right now, it's not to the point where we would ding the bell and say, okay, now we're really getting into massive kind that's going to start sweeping everything away. This is more of the nuisance flash flooding. Clear those storm drains. Make sure your gutter is able to flow. You probably know by now if you have water in your basement. And if you don't, you may still yet get some. There's the heavy rain looking down in Arnold right now. We look down 55, got to be a slow go this evening, for the remainder of the evening hours. So you notice all the lightning here, and that's a tremendous amount of lightning. There's a lot of electricity in these storms here, down in Randolph County, going down into Madison County, down into Iron County, really noisy there. We have some rumbles of thunder and some lightning, and by the way, because it's so cool, that thunder tends to rumble a lot more in the colder air and lingers a lot longer, so it sounds louder in many cases than what it really is. But here's some more heavy rain lifting out of Shrewsbury, lifting into Olivet, lifting into Clayton. Again, very wet conditions there. More heavy rain coming through St. Charles County, coming out of Jefferson County, then back down into Franklin County. Unfortunately, some of these areas are also spots that we saw deal with the not only flood concerns, but the severe weather over the last few days as well, and really the last month. And so you're still getting more of this problematic rain. So here you go down into Reynolds, Iron, Madison, Southern, St. Francis, St. Genevieve counties. Those are spots that we're watching at this point, as that's where it seems like the heaviest rain is falling. And I think you're going to see the bigger problems in those areas because the terrain there is hilly. And with that hilly terrain, you're more likely to get the flash flooding. So we're talking in this area here, going down there into the Farmington area, then down 221, going down towards Ironton and Iron Mountain Lake and towards Fredericktown, back over to Annapolis, Lesterville, Centerville, Ellington, up towards Oates and Viburnum. You got a lot of runoff, and we already had the creeks that, from the rain earlier this morning were starting to get in there. So we definitely have our situation ongoing right now with flash flooding across the area. And we're not done, because when we look back to the southwest here, look at all of this down into Arkansas. We got to get all of this back in here too. Now, the vast majority of this is going to be sliding to the east and southeast of St. Louis as we head through this evening. So I think once we get past midnight, we will have shoved this band of heavy rain that's coming out of Arkansas, trying to work into Missouri and Illinois. We will have shoved that far enough east that while there's still going to be some ongoing flooding overnight, the flash flooding aspect of that it won't be so much flashy as it just will be continuation of the ongoing flooding. All right, but right now for the next hour, next couple of hours, you're really going to be looking at creeks, streams, jumping very quickly here down to the south of St. Louis, and that's also where we have our severe thunderstorm watch across our southern counties. Again, the main threat there would be from hail versus tornadoes. Can't rule it out, but I think you got to get into that warm air, and I don't think that warm air gets into our counties, and we don't want it. Okay, we don't want it to get into our counties. As long as we keep that warm air down to our south, that limits our severe weather threat to mainly hail, because you're still taking really juicy air that's really unstable, and you're making it come up over this very cool air that we have in place from today, from the rain we've had earlier today, that stretches all the way to the south. So you're really taking that unstable air, putting it up higher. So it's still up there. You still have a lot of turbulence in there. You still have the updrafts. You still are able to get the hail, but it's harder to get the winds and circulations to reach the ground when you have that cool, stable air near the ground, and we want to keep it that way. So, you know, right now through Sunday, the additional forecast, this is from this hour through Sunday, model adjusted, as you go north and west of St. Louis, it's lesser amounts, south and east, it's greater amounts. Don't get married to the numbers, because we're dealing with, you know, thunderstorms, which means we're dealing with downpours, and because we're dealing with downpours, you may get some of those numbers in an hour and a half or 2 hours. You may get it in the next 3 hours. You know, your 2 to 3 inch amounts. And then tomorrow, we're going to have some more rain, but it'll be a different kind of rain for us going into tomorrow. So as we look at the current river levels along the Merrimack, notice we're shaded blue there. So we're still below flood stage all along the Merrimack River from Steelville to Arnold. This was updated within the hour. Okay, your crest forecast still showing moderate crest forecast to major flooding perhaps from Eureka to Valley Park. Now, the caution flag that we put up here with these numbers that are forecast is that we've had to estimate how much water is going into the Merrimack River Basin. So the forecasters, the hydrologists working at the river forecast centers, they have to put some information into the model to get those numbers. So they've done that, and those are the numbers that come out. A lot of times the numbers we put in initially are a little bit high and overestimate. Let's hope that's the case and that these numbers go down a little bit. We'll see, but let's hope that's the case. Burnsville, Union, and Darden Creek at St. Peter's, those numbers rising, but they're still below flood stage. And the numbers now, the forecast crest on the Burbus as well as Darden Creek, they're down into that minor flood category. So this is what's happening this evening. Here we are, 7 o'clock. It's about as warm as we're going to get right now, low to mid 50s. The warm air aloft is definitely there. We still have winds. We still have, you know, heavy rain here, especially metro area down to the south. I think in the metro area, you probably have about another hour and a half to 2 hours, and then we'll start to see that back edge kind of slide in where it becomes more light showers and less of a problem. But this business down south, those are torrential rains that will continue. And that's going to take us here towards 9 o'clock. So you folks down in Perry County, Randolph County, Sparta to Perryville to St. Genevieve, Chester, Farmington, Bonne Terre, Fredericktown, Ironton, Annapolis, again, in this hilly terrain. Johnson's Shut-ins, Elephant Rock State Park down here, you know, you're going to be looking at some heavy rain. Some of that heavy rain is going to get up towards Nashville, Illinois, over towards Centralia, Mount Vernon, Pinckneyville. But then we get towards midnight, 11:30 midnight, and that heavier rain shifts over towards the Wabash River and over into Indiana and Kentucky. Now, I'm not saying we're drying out tonight. We will get a little bit of a break, and you'll have scattered showers for a while, and then towards daybreak, we start to fill in with more rain. The difference between today's rain and tomorrow's rain, today it's been, you know, tomorrow morning's more like what we had this morning, where it's a widespread, fairly steady rain, but it only has a bit of thunder rumbling from time to time. It's not going to be these torrential downpours like we're seeing this afternoon. But tomorrow morning, that does fill in, and there's still some more heavy rain through the midday hours down to the south of St. Louis, maybe another inch or so. So basically, it just aggravates the ongoing flooding situation tomorrow, kind of rubbing salt into the wound. And we're not getting out of the 40s tomorrow. We're going to be stuck in the 40s all day tomorrow. Wait, it gets better. Into tomorrow night, We'll still have a few scattered showers around, but not the widespread rain. So at least we're draining some of that water. But then finally, this system starts to swing through, the last of it. Keep in mind, this is the part of the same system, the same weather pattern that this time last week was approaching the Pacific coast that started messing with our weather on Sunday with that severe weather threat. So we've had to deal with this weather system sending us all these chunks of energy and keeping us unsettled and in these problematic situations this week because of this system, which finally this Sunday makes its way through the region. As the last of that energy swings overhead on Sunday, we're only in the mid-40s Sunday afternoon, and it's not out of the question to see a couple of wet snowflakes mixing in. So, but at least after Sunday, this system will be gone. We'll be chilly, but we'll be drying out next week. So we're going to stay in the 40s overnight tonight. We're at our high right now. We may go up another degree or two. And we'll just kind of recap things all over again here in a minute. But there's your overnight forecast. Tomorrow, it is a wet one for us in St. Louis. Winds a little gusty at times tomorrow. Rain and thunderstorms expected. Your next 7 days, our weather impact alert will continue into tomorrow, although the greatest flooding threat is, in terms of flash flooding, is what is happening right now through midnight tonight. After that, it's going to be a continuation of the flooding across the region. And we'll still have those showers around Sunday through the midday hours, perhaps, still in the 40s. Back into the 50s on Monday. I do think it's chilly on Monday morning. Some of us might be around or a little below freezing. By Tuesday morning, many of us might actually be around or a little below freezing. We'll see. And then as we go towards the middle of next week, we will start to warm temperatures back up and get back into the 70s. So I'm just going to check in with the radar again here this evening. And, we'll probably be with you periodically with quick updates here throughout the evening on 5+, and leave the radar pretty much streaming up all evening long so you can just kind of keep track and keep tabs on what's going on. But again, I don't think we're going to see much of a change in things overall in the next couple of hours, as we've got so for Reynolds, Iron, and Madison County, you probably just did hear the wireless emergency alerts go off, and they are not trying to be specific with any timing or anything, but this is going to be into Madison and St. Francis County and Reynolds and Iron counties. Because the rain is falling at such a high rate, they have activated the flash flood to a considerable level, and that will slow down as you get these two areas of thunderstorms to merge down there. You're basically all but certain to have considerable impacts. Okay. So again, for our friends down here in Iron and Madison, Reynolds County, our hilly terrain, that's where our greatest threat lies here, and that includes parts of St. Genevieve County as well too. So while it's still pouring in St. Louis, it's really what we're seeing down here to the south that has us most concerned. And part of that is simply because of the terrain in this area, right? So we know that the terrain is very hilly. You see they have that tornado warning for that cell that's just outside Poplar Bluff. Definitely has a rotation. That's definitely headed towards it in the general vicinity of Cape Girardeau eventually. But Cape Girardeau is still on the cold side of the front, so that ought to, delete that opportunity pretty quickly. So here's our problem, and here's where we're going to be for the rest of the evening. I think this area down here, as you look into Madison County, in Missouri, parts of St. Genevieve, St. Francis County, Iron County, Reynolds County, even southern Washington County. We have a very hilly terrain here, and you can see you actually have kind of the merging of a couple of areas of thunderstorms coming together. So this whole area is continuing to see rains kind of moving right over the same area again. So within an hour, you're getting an inch or more of rain. And then we have another hour where we're going to have another inch or more of rain. That water has to go somewhere. So these are the areas where the potential of significant flooding and flash flooding will be ongoing. There are numerous low water crossings as you go into the rural areas of St. Francis County and into the rural areas of Madison and Iron and Reynolds County, down into Washington County as well. A lot of low water crossings, very pretty country, beautiful countryside. But when you have all those creeks and streams and they start filling up with water, you don't want to try to drive over those or drive through them to get to the other side. And a lot of people live on the other side, one side or the other. Most days it's not a problem. But when that water starts rushing like it is going to be rushing for the next several hours here in these areas, we'll need to avoid trying to drive through those flooded roads. You're going to have nuisance flooding elsewhere too. Again, the metro area also under that flash flood warning, and that is going to continue for a bit longer. I think it's set to go to about 7:45 in the metro. So, we'll see how that goes as we head through the remainder of the evening. But, our heavy rain here, starting to see the back edge of it kind of shifting out here towards mid-Missouri, and we'll go down to the radar here as we look into Springfield. You still, though, we're looking south of Springfield into this business that's down here in Arkansas, and I got to tell you, that's a lot of water. It's a lot of moisture sliding in our general direction. So this is what the radar looks like right now. We have flash flood warnings in effect. City of St. Louis County, St. Charles County, into Franklin County. And then we go down into St. Genevieve, St. Francis, Washington, Iron, Reynolds, and Madison counties. And we're looking at the flash flooding there. Now, make no mistake, our farm fields here in Montgomery and Macoupin and Madison, Bond, and Fayette counties off to the east of St. Louis, and Clinton, and Washington County, in Randolph County, southern portions of Monroe County and Jefferson County. I think they just might have done that one, popped that flash flood warning there just now. Southern Jefferson, southern Monroe, southern St. Clair, Washington, and Randolph in Illinois, as that axis of rain is spreading to the northeast. So again, I'm not as much concerned about the threat of severe weather as I think all of us are concerned about the threat of flooding and having water problems, as all of this is lifting off towards the northeast, producing heavy rainfall, torrential rainfall. You're getting 1 to 3 inches here in the next hour and a half to 2 hours with some of these stronger thunderstorms. We had the lightning back in there. Well, let's see if we can let it catch up here a little bit and see if it wants to pop in. Look at all that lightning. Tremendous amount of lightning right now. Lightning counter shows that, and it'll probably take it a second or two to update, but over 1,500 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes down to the southeast of St. Louis. So I think it's safe to say that this is a very energetic system. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, and the flash flooding ongoing. So I tell you what I'm going to do here for a few minutes. If you're in a flood-prone area, you're going to want to be, ready to act if things start to, water starts to rise quickly in your area. That's, you got to always be ready to do that when you're in a flood-prone area. But the other main thing is just not driving into these flooded roads. I mean, we've got some problems around 270 and just around the metro area as we look into Metro St. Louis right now. This rain just keeps coming around the metro area, and we've already had a couple of inches. The last few days, if you've been outside, the ground is just absolutely sopping wet. So we are still dealing with it's more of nuisance flash flooding type here in the immediate metro area from what we're able to gather at this point. But nonetheless, it is still a problem for you as you look into these areas here around the metro, and especially going south of St. Louis, down into Madison, St. Francis, St. Genevieve County, down into Iron and Reynolds County, Washington County, and then we're taking that heavy rain over here It's just pouring from Chester to Sparta, and now that's moving into Nashville, to Centralia, and to Salem. So just unbelievable downpours going on right now in those areas, and it will continue for a while longer, which means we are going to have more flood problems in those areas. So we continue to check in with our emergency managers around the region, and I'm going to pause for about 5 minutes. You'll get the radar loop up here, and then we'll pop back on at 7 o'clock, right at the top of the hour, with the very latest.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest.
All right, for those of you watching here, you might have heard the alerts go off on your phone, the EAS tones on your phone. We're going to break into on TV here in just a minute, but that's because the National Weather Service is now going with a considerable threat on this flash flood warning right now for the metro area. So really, they're doing that for most of them. St. Francis and St. Genevieve, we're going to get some, flooding that's going to be more significant than your typical nuisance flooding and just the normal urban flooding. So we're kind of changing that up here at this moment, and we'll get to you in a minute. Okay, we're going to do 2 minutes. So right now, you're looking at this area here. Basically, all of our area is under a significant flood threat, especially from the metro area down to the south. The heaviest rain is on this axis here, down to the south of St. Louis right now. And that does include from around Nashville, Illinois, into Sparta, back down through Chester, St. Genevieve to Farmington, and then down south of Ironton, Fredericktown. That area back to the south of St. Louis is what's really getting the heavy rain, but we also have some that's pretty substantial right now in the immediate metro area. So we're going to see if we can't go back on this. There we go. And we're going to pop this over, and we'll pop that, and we will be right here waiting. But look at all the lightning in there. we're basically, all the low water crossings are going to flood. We're seeing creeks and streams jump up right now. So that's a big deal. We've had 2 to 4 inches, another inch or two possible, but the automated gauges are showing things jumping pretty quickly around the area. So the creeks and streams definitely coming up right now. This includes places like St. Charles, St. Peter's, Florissant, Ferguson, University City, Hazelwood, Webster, Manchester. So that's what we have going on right now. And we're going to pop on Channel 5 on TV just so we can let them know that we'll be on 5 Plus this evening and keeping everybody up to speed on what's going on there. Okay, let's see what we're doing there. They're going to extend that to 8:45. All right. So just stick with us here, and we're getting ready to pop on TV. Hey everybody, Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell here. We just want to give you a quick update on what's going on. You may have had your phone go off with the emergency alerts. We do have the flash flood warnings being issued and reissued across the area. It's a very large area of, at times, heavy torrential rainfall and a lot of lightning too. We're not overly concerned about the severe weather threat at this point. What we are more concerned about in our area is the fact that we've already had 2 to 4 inches of rain and it's still coming down. So for the city of St. Louis County back into St. Charles County, that is now a considerable flash flood warning. Same goes true here as we go south of St. Louis. This area from Nashville back to Sparta, into St. Genevieve, down towards Farmington, into Fredericktown, down into Iron County, as well as into Reynolds County. We've seen as much as 1 to 3, maybe 4 inches of rainfall, and we're expecting at least another 1 to 2 inches with maybe 2 to 3 inches down to the south, and it's all coming in short order. So what that means is the creeks and streams will be out of their banks, there will be urban and street flooding, and there may be some significant, more considerable flooding along some of those more flood-prone creeks, especially in this hilly terrain down to the south of St. Louis. We will continue our coverage on 5 Plus. That's our streaming app. You can download that for free, Fire TV, Apple TV, Roku, and we'll keep you up to date all evening long on this rain. Again, the severe weather threat, very limited. Looks like maybe some hail farther south of St. Louis, but this flood threat is a real deal. Do not drive through flooded roads tonight. All right, so we'll continue right here on 5 Plus, and Steve, you can go back to getting up the BAM all set up over there, and I'll wander back over there here in a little bit. But just kind of looking at what's going on with these warnings here. I mean, look how many warnings we have. And I'm going to, well, no, I'll go back over to the BAM. Yeah, you just pop the Radar Max in there. It's good. When we look at this, this warning here that was just issued a few minutes ago, that's a new one, Jefferson, Monroe, Randolph, St. Clair County into Washington County, Illinois, right? You're looking at some torrential rainfall there. Then you have this warning here that includes a good chunk of St. Genevieve County and St. Francis County. We have this area here that includes the other part of St. Francis County and into Washington County, Missouri. And we have Iron, Madison, Reynolds County. We've got the ones around St. Louis. Well, that's going to give me the road name. That doesn't do me much good, does it? We know that's 44. But there you go. I mean, we've got much of the area at this point under flash flood warnings. I guess the good news that we have for you is that we are not dealing with widespread severe weather, although we are not far removed from it. Looking into the immediate metro area right now, some spots have seen 2 to 3 inches of rainfall, maybe locally higher amounts. We've seen Deer Creek and Ladue jump. We've seen Deer Creek and Maplewood jump. All of our smaller creeks and streams, when you get this kind of heavy rainfall, it tends to really ramp that up. And so we're seeing that right now in those areas here off to the east of St. Louis and down to the south of St. Louis. All of our smaller creeks and streams are starting to jump. Now, I know we don't have warnings yet here in Madison County in Illinois, but you're starting to see the ponding on the roads now adding up too, and your creeks are going to start jumping as well. So again, This may be hopefully the last of the really heavy rain coming into West St. Louis County, into St. Charles County right now, but I can't guarantee you that. I think we can make a guarantee that by midnight, the flash flooding aspect of this system will be diminishing somewhat. But that is torrential rain that's ongoing right now, and that stretches from about Salem to Centralia, back through Nashville, down into Sparta, over to Chester. It goes back towards St. Mary, down into the Farmington area. It's west of Perryville, but you're about to get in on it, then going down towards Fredericktown and on into Iron County. And listen, we have some pretty intense storms still down here in Arkansas that are moving northeast bound. And, you know, when we've been looking at the observations down here, temperatures right along and south of the Missouri-Arkansas border are actually in the 80s right now, while we're only around 50 here. So you have a lot of really hot, humid air, if you will. It's being pulled up over the cool air, and we're squeezing that moisture out. Now, there's also the potential there might be some hail with some of those storms. I don't think that's the biggest concern right now, even though we have a severe thunderstorm watch down here across our southern counties until midnight. The greater concern, honestly, is for the flooding to be a problematic scenario. Don't get married to the numbers here, because these numbers are going to be underestimating in some cases. And I say this is through Sunday. Well, you're going to see some of this within the next hour or two, especially south of St. Louis, as we're dealing with that heavier rainfall in those areas here south of St. Louis. Okay, so I think you're looking at probably 2 to 3 inches in the next few hours. The river levels, they are starting to rise. Actually, this, you know, I'll go back to the beginning of this, because we'll come back to this in a minute. It'll update here in a minute. It's in the process of getting every hour, at the top of the hour, it goes in and gets the updates from the current river level, the observed stages. So we'll see what that comes in with here in just a second. So just to get you set up, we have an ongoing heavy rain scenario playing out across our region. There's a limited window for some of our southern counties to have some severe weather. That's not the concern, it's the flood threat. Okay, 62 degrees, Cape Girardeau, we're at 52. It's 46 back in Columbia right now. Memphis, still 83. Nashville, still 81. Okay, we have that front right here from the Kentucky-Tennessee border through the Boot Heel and then kind of arcing down just west of Jonesboro. So on the hot side of that, on the warm side of that, there is a significant severe weather threat. On the cooler side, some of those stronger storms may be able to lift north of that border and may be able to kick off some areas where we have some hail. That would be the main severe risk. But our biggest concern here is the showers and storms with downpours that are continuing to move over the same areas again and again. And that's going to continue, especially east and south of St. Louis, probably for about the next 2 to 3 hours. That's our short fuse timeline here, okay? So poor drainage areas, they'll be flooding. They already are flooded in many cases. The creeks and streams have already jumped, and that jump continues. The slower rivers, or the smaller rivers on a slower rise, like the Big River, the Burbus River, the Merrimack River, you'll see those numbers come up as the creeks and streams empty into the smaller rivers. Now, on the Mississippi and the Missouri River, we have more capacity to hold water, and especially the Missouri is extremely low. Mississippi isn't especially high. But keep in mind, areas to our south are getting a lot of heavy rainfall too. So that means the area down towards the Boot Heel, where the Ohio and the Missouri come together, the Ohio is going to back up the Missouri somewhat. So we're keeping our devices charged. Your phone probably already went off if you're in one of these polygons with the flash flood warning that has a considerable threat. We're not going to drive into flooded roads tonight. Turn around, don't drown. I know that you've heard us say that over and over. That is the number one cause of being a statistic in a flood scenario. Driving into flooded roads, thinking it's not that deep, it doesn't make that big of a difference, I can get through that. And then you find out it's moving and maybe the road was washed out or the water's flowing just enough where it carries your car just off the road. Even if it's just like going over a creek and it's not, maybe 8-10 feet, you're not going to get to the other side. If you go into the creek, then you're into the deep water and it's rushing water and you're in big trouble. So don't drive into flooded roads. Storm drains, if you've got one on your street, maybe in your neighborhood, there's a storm drain. If it looks clogged, maybe you can run out there in the rain and, move leaves or debris or whatever's clogging it up. Hopefully your gutter's been cleaned and you're ready to let that water flow away from the house instead of into your basement. This is what it looks like right now down in Arnold. That is rain, and it is falling heavily across the area. So Arnold, you're not under a flash flood warning at the moment. Not to say you won't be soon. Look at all that lightning. Just a tremendous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning here off to the southeast of us, and really going down here into southeast Missouri. That's indicative of that warm, humid air being brought up over top of the cool air and the possibility that we're seeing some small hail in here in addition to the torrential rain. Now, I also noticed, you probably do too, there's a little bit of red down there. We'll look at that in a minute. Do have a tornado warning outside of our viewing area, but potentially approaching the Cape Girardeau area. So we still have some more rain out to the west here coming into Warren, western portions of Franklin County. We'll still have to get through that, but there does look like there's at least a little bit of a break here over parts of St. Charles County with the heaviest rain shifting here through Wildwood, up towards Bridgeton, Florissant, West Alton, into Alton, and also up towards Orchard Farm, up there into Calhoun County, Grafton. Probably a pretty bumpy ride up there right now, if you're up on the wineries, kind of looking out over the bluffs. And then you go down to the south of us, we still have the heavier rain, but right now, Belleville, Arnold, you're not under a flash flood warning, but it's getting close. South of that, we definitely have the flooding that has either happened or it's ongoing. Now we're adding parts of Bond County, Clinton County, Fayette County, and Marion counties to the flash flood warning, okay? So that one just popped in here. Basically, almost all of our counties are impacted by flash flood warnings. The worst of this is going to be down here where we see that really heavy rainfall, maybe some hail in there as well. We're thinking across Reynolds, Iron, Madison County, St. Francis, St. Genevieve County, and then across the river into Randolph County, some of the worst of that ongoing for those areas. And then we have our tornado warning here down farther to the south for that cell that we're keeping our eyes on. We're on the cool side of the front, so there's a certain point at which the storm kind of will not be able to get a circulation to reach the ground, but it certainly does have that impressive look here as it's nudging towards Cape Girardeau. Cape Girardeau's not in that tornado warning yet, but that's not, that's not to say it won't be. But I do think this stays to the south of our area. Not by much, but it does stay to the south. But if you've got some friends down there that are west of Cape Girardeau, unfortunately that's pretty close to Zalma again, which just got hit by a tornado on Wednesday. So there's your heavy rain. We look back to the west here, kind of looking around Springfield. Look, Springfield, Missouri still has severe thunderstorm warning there with some hail. And they're on the cool side of the storm. That's how energetic this storm system is. And again, we have to get through all of this rain that you're seeing lining up down here to the south and southwest of St. Louis. It's moving to the northeast. So in some respects, it's going to be moving over the same areas. Eventually, we'll get it all to shift to the east, but that is going to take a little bit of time before that happens. All right, so we're already canceling some severe thunderstorm watches. Looks like, hang on a second. I think they're canceling the severe thunderstorm watch for Crawford and Washington counties, but it will continue for Randolph, Iron, Reynolds, St. Genevieve, Madison, and St. Francis counties in Missouri, and Washington counties in Illinois. So there you go. So that's what we have there. So that was what that little ding was. We get lots of little dings on there. All right, we're hearing reports of Jackson School Road at Highway Y impassable due to the floodwater near Bloomsdale. They are beginning a voluntary evacuation of the Starlight Mobile Home Park over in Salem, Illinois, and that area is an area that's known to flood. So they are being very proactive for that over in Salem, Illinois, ahead of this. Okay, so you have 2 tornado warnings in the warm air out ahead of the main area of thunderstorms. One of those over southeast Missouri that looks to stay to the south of our area. And again, this is not favorable for severe weather in St. Louis. It is, however, a setup for some copious amounts of heavy rainfall. And the greatest problem areas that we're seeing and anticipating here as we go through the remainder of the evening, and really I think it's going to be for the next couple of hours, I think your greatest number of problems are going to be east and southeast of St. Louis, based on what we're seeing at this point, with the thunderstorms producing, upwards of 1 to 2 inches of rain in an hour on top of saturated ground, on top of already seeing 1 inch to 2 inches of rain in the last hour, and you get more, and there's no place for it to go. So it's causing those rapid rises in the rivers, creeks, and streams. Now, we still have that flash flood warning in effect out here into Phelps County. I think we could safely say we could just go with a flood warning at this point there and keep it going all night long. Over here, heavy rainfall crossing out of Chester. It's just south of Prairie du Rocher, but it is moving into Sparta. And that heavy rainfall, again, is going to fill up those farm fields with water, and it's going to sit there for a few days. I want to see if, I'm not even sure where I am in this show, but let's go to the next thing. All right, so we just chipped away a little bit out of this severe thunderstorm watch. Again, our biggest concern is not the severe thunderstorms. It is more about the flooding. Here are the rivers, and these are the stages. Now, you may have noticed the current stage or now stage here, all blue. So it's all still below flood stage along the Merrimack River. And these were just updated a few minutes ago. The crests haven't changed. The forecast updates probably being run now or will be in the next hour. So these numbers may change a little bit later on tonight, and then 12 hours later, they may change again. These numbers are going up, but they're not in flood yet. As we look at Burnsville, Union, and St. Peters, Darden Creek jumped a couple of feet here in the last hour with a heavy rainfall, but it's forecast to crest early tomorrow morning at about 19.6. That's just minor flooding. This is kind of your typical, more typical scenario forecast for Union and St. Peters, not uncommon. Even moderate flooding is not uncommon. So here we are, 7:30 timeline. We still have this rain back to our west, right? But the heaviest rain's around St. Louis, off to the east, off to the southeast. I would say that as far as simulated radar goes, this is just a model. It's just a computer model. But it seems to have a pretty doggone good handle on what's out there right now. And it's trying to nudge it. Now, it may be a little fast, but I'm thinking as we go towards 9:30, 10 o'clock, outside of our areas southeast of St. Louis, where the forcing continues to generate that heavy rain, the rest of us should get a little bit of a break. Now, does that mean our water problems go away? Absolutely not. We are not looking at the water problems going away at this point. And they won't go away tomorrow. So here's tomorrow morning. The flash flooding will go back down. But then as the flash flooding goes back down, then you have all the standing water still in the fields and in the low spots. And you have the rivers that will be rising tomorrow. The Merrimack will be jumping tomorrow. The Big River, the Burbus River, they're coming up as we drain off tonight's rain. And then by tomorrow morning, we have more of it pushing in. Now, tomorrow's rain's different. It goes through most of the morning into the afternoon is wet in St. Louis, but by 3 or 4 o'clock, it's pushing out. Tomorrow's rain's different from today's in that it's more of a steady, annoying nuisance rain than it is these torrential downpours. So, while we see that and, come, July or August, we'd probably like a rain like tomorrow. But tomorrow we don't want it. We're stuck with it, but it won't be as heavy as today. But what that does is it just aggravates the ongoing flooding, maybe prolongs it a little bit. It doesn't really increase the overall impacts. It just prolongs them and makes it more agonizing to try to get the water to go down. By Saturday night, most of this has pushed east and southeast. We're left with a lot of clouds, a few little light showers, and that'll take us into Sunday. And on Sunday, it darn well may be cold enough where some of us end up seeing some wet snowflakes mixing in here on Sunday. Some wet snowflakes are possible Sunday. No guarantees, but it's certainly possible. So overnight, we are still going to be looking at this rain and thunder for the next 2 or 3 hours, especially east and southeast of St. Louis. That's where the greatest threats are as we go through this evening. And then as we head, into tomorrow and on into, our weekend ahead, we will continue to deal with some more water woes and these chilly temperatures only holding in the upper 40s for highs here the next couple of days. So again, here's a look at your radar around the area. Numerous flash flood warnings. And in fact, if I just stop the radar, let's just do this. We'll just take the radar off altogether. Okay, let's just look at who has the warnings right now. These are all, everything in green is a flash flood warning. Okay, so let's start off to the east. We have the southern portions, the southeastern portions of Fayette County. We have Marion County. That includes Salem. That's Starlight Mobile Home Park being evacuated there as a precaution. The water from the creek's right there at the level. They don't want to wait until it's causing problems. We have Clinton and Washington counties. We have the southern portions of St. Clair County, southern portions of Monroe County, southern portions of Jefferson County, all of Randolph County, all of St. Genevieve County, all of St. Francis County, all of Madison, Iron, and Reynolds counties, a good chunk of Washington County, parts of Phelps County, Franklin, Warren, St. Charles, St. Louis counties, and the city of St. Louis. This is all flash flooding right now. There are considerable problems because of the urban effects we have in St. Louis of getting the drainage, so the flood levels a little more impressive in some spots, especially those spots that normally flood. And then you have the areas here that are down to the southeast with the hilly terrain, where they've had even heavier rainfall in the last few hours. Those are the areas of greatest concern as we head through the remainder of the next 2 or 3 hours, through this evening, right, as we go through the evening hours. Again, it's a lot of rain that's fallen in this area, and it continues to come down, and it comes down very quickly. Just kind of a quick look here. Let me see if I can find that. I'll pop that on here. Just in the last 12 hours, here's some of the rainfall estimates. And, a lot of this has come just within the last 2 or 3 hours here as you go down to the southeast of St. Louis. But we're already looking at more than 2 inches of rain in some cases, and you're looking at more than 3 inches to 4 inches of rain that's fallen along the Missouri River and then back along US 50, going west of Union and then north of Rolla. And now that's spreading off towards the east. So again, that's why we have such a big concern right now as to, what is happening around the region with these thunderstorms. And now that's a confirmed tornado warning down there, unfortunately. Let me get the lightning off of that. It's out of our area, again, out of our area, but looks like that might have been just near Castor and just north and west of Advance. Let's see if we got some wind on this, just to kind of do a little check and see what we see. Oh yeah, just to the north of Advance, there's that circulation. My goodness, it's headed for Delta again. These poor folks down here in this area, multiple rounds of severe weather this week, and yet another one. That's out of the 5 on your side viewing area, but nonetheless, still, I would say a concern for those of you that have family members and friends down there. As we're looking here right now, this is what's ongoing with the rain. The heaviest rain is now east and southeast of St. Louis and over St. Louis at this hour. I think over the city now we have the heavy rain. It's spreading from Grafton into Alton into Godfrey. You have the heavy rain that's just flooding those farm fields in Washington and Clinton counties. And then you go down into the hilly terrain here southwest of St. Louis, and we have the problems ongoing down there as well. So again, for tonight, And we can't emphasize this enough. Don't drive into the flooded roads. We just cannot drive into flooded roads tonight. Sometimes you might do that and kind of gets, it's like, okay, well, maybe you make it through and it's okay. I think I can do that again. This is not one of those times that you want to try to push the limits. Mother Nature will not, doesn't play when it comes to stuff like this. We know some businesses up in the city of Hazelwood, up by Coldwater Creek, that they're reporting their banks, or the creek's out of its banks, and they have flood walls that they have inside their building, and they can monitor through the live camera. So hopefully the flood walls will keep that out. But yeah, there's some ongoing flooding here around the St. Louis area, and will be for a while longer. So we're waiting to hear from folks, any reports of stuff. If you have reports, I'm going to pop on here and see if I get any pictures out of my alerts. A lot of you retweeting my alerts, and yeah, okay, I don't have any pictures there. I'm going to check in with our weather watchers here, the 5 on your side weather watchers. You're looking at the radar pictures. Flash flood warnings in effect for many areas at this point, and that includes around the metro area, St. Louis County, city of St. Louis, St. Charles County. Just saw about, I think, 3 inches of rain. I think it was 3 inches of rain out in St. Charles, reported today. Gene, 47 minutes ago, up on the hill in St. James, said it's still raining, and they're at about 2.25 inches, it looks like, down there so far today. Some pictures of some lightning from our weather watchers. Thank you. We got some water flowing here. It looks like on one of the rural gravel roads down there, Hamilton Hollow in Sullivan, Missouri. Seeing that water running in those areas. Dylan shared with us earlier down in St. Francis County with the creeks already, overflowing their banks and zipping along down there. So, yeah, it really is a lot going on here this afternoon. So, flash flood warning continues. I think our greatest threat is happening now until about 10 o'clock tonight. And then I think we'll start seeing the rain, maybe, just maybe, taper off a little bit. Let me pop on, just switch this out just a little bit here. And I got a shot here. And we're going to pull this back a little bit so we can kind of see where the back edge of this is. Right? Kind of pull that in there. And we're going to flatten this out a little bit more so it's more of the view you're normally seeing. We try to do things when we're doing things on 5+, we're not constrained by having to do it a certain way or say a certain thing or get off in a couple of minutes. We can just stay right here and stream all evening long. So let's just look at a few things while we're here. All right, bring my little pointer out here. So we have our heavy rain here around St. Louis, stretching east down to the south. You see this area down to our south really, that line has really filled in here. Got that one cell that's west of Cape Girardeau, looks like that might be producing a tornado. But that, honestly, that is the area. If I pop on the temperatures here and take off the satellite, look what we have. I mean, look at this. To me, this is huge, and this really tells the story because the boot heel is warm and muggy. We are not. The boot heel is looking at temperatures above 80 degrees. There's that one cell that's possibly, well, it has a confirmed tornado with it. So we have a cell that has a confirmed tornado with it. It's kind of trying to nudge towards Cape Girardeau. It's getting into that cooler air. So at some point, that thing's going to get cut off at the base of the clouds. That circulation is not going to be able to get into that stable air. It'll shut it down. But it's taken a little too long for that to happen for, for the folks down there in Cape Girardeau for sure. But that's the reason why we can't get the severe weather farther north, because we have this colder, more stable air that's near the ground. But on the flip side of that, you have all this warm, really humid air that you're dragging up over this cooler air. So you still have the instability, you still have the juice, it's just not at the ground, it's up here, which means off to the southeast of St. Louis, they have been extremely noisy storms filled with lightning and causing all kinds of problems, right? So that's what we're seeing at this point. And that's where our greatest concern is going to be, southeast of St. Louis. Now, when we kind of look back here, what's coming out of Arkansas right now, you still have some more building up towards Springfield, and that's a little bit concerning because we do need this stuff to shift. Let's be real. We need to get this stuff to kind of shift off to the east. And again, this is not the last of it. Let me take those temperatures off because I'm trying to make my computer think too much. So our energy here, see the spin in the atmosphere? It's still out here with the Four Corners region. We got to get that over. That's coming over us on Sunday. So between now and then, after this part goes by, then we get what you see over West Texas and southeast New Mexico. That's tomorrow. And then after that on Sunday, finally the upper level system will get overhead and slide on through. So the greatest flash flood threat is happening right now, okay? And will continue through this evening. Our greatest flash flood threat happening right now and will continue into this evening. The river flooding will kind of slide into tomorrow, into Sunday, into Monday, because the creeks and streams drain into the rivers, then the rivers rise, so there's a little bit of a delayed reaction there. Those numbers, the forecast numbers, will change based on the amount of rain that's falling right now and that falls overnight tonight. And I think by tomorrow morning, whatever gets put out tomorrow morning about 10, 11, 12 o'clock tomorrow, I think at that point we will be in a situation where we'll have a better idea of just how close those numbers will be. They'll be a lot closer and more accurate. I mean, there's some leeway right now. But again, your sump pump is probably working overtime at the moment. I mean, I would think. I know mine was running a lot today. And that was before, that was just with the morning rain. So here it is, that heavy rainfall right now across much of southeast Missouri, back into the metro area. The torrential rain really right now is working out of Chester. And you can kind of see some of that. You see how there's a disturbance there. You know, there's some energy. You can kind of see the whole area of the whole cluster of thunderstorms just kind of rotating there. There's energy there. Very well could be in here too. So this is pushing on through and enhancing those heavier areas of rainfall. Okay, as we get back in closer here to the metro, we're starting to see what we hope is going to be finally the break. There's still another little band out here, New Melly up to Forestell, moving into Wentzville. Once that goes through, hopefully there'll be a little more of a break after that, but I'm not sure because you still have what's coming up 44, still trying to, hold on there a little bit. And it's shocking that we have severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm sure that's for hail. Down there west of Springfield with the temperatures as cool as they are right now. Okay, so we still have that tornado warning here west of Cape Girardeau. I suspect they will go. That storm has weakened some in the last little bit. Still rotating, but it's weakened some. So that's some good news there. But again, our greatest concern for flash flooding is going to be for you folks down in Iron County, down in Reynolds County, Madison County, St. Francis, St. Genevieve, Washington counties, even the southern portions of Jefferson County, where there's much more hilly terrain. As you go into Illinois, it's not quite as hilly, but you still have, a lot of farm fields that are going to be underwater. And not just today, they'll be underwater for a while, right? So flash flood warning continues for the city of St. Louis right now. I am going to just quickly check and see here if I see anything on our Teams chat here at work to see if anybody's sending me any storm reports. And there's a few that are in there. Flooding from Gasconade County. Doesn't seem like we have a lot of breaking news out of that yet. Okay. So far from the news desk, I am not seeing any breaking news on flooding around the metro area. Just kind of checking here. Again, in our notorious areas for flooding here in the Metro East, Cahokia Heights, Dupo, parts of East St. Louis, we're going to be, I mean, technically you don't have the flash flood warning, but you always flood with any kind of heavy rain, and you can bet your bottom dollar this is enough to cause more flooding there. Extremely poor drainage areas. We know they're already flooded or they will be flooded very soon. And this is ongoing and will continue for the next, I think the worst of this is between now and 10 o'clock. Okay? I think the worst of this between now and 10 o'clock. We should start to get the rains easing a little bit from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock and get this whole axis of heavier rain to finally shift out of our area later on tonight. So, I mean, that's what we're looking at, and that's kind of our time frame on that right now. So it's 7:35. I'm going to give you back to your to our looping radar here, and I'm going to see if we can find out any more additional information on what might be going on with some of those people, some of the folks dealing with the water farther south of St. Louis, and if we are seeing any major problems in the metro area. Again, you may have heard your phones go off for the flash flood warning. That happens when the National Weather Service upgrades it from the base flash flood warning to a considerable flood threat. Okay, and we've seen that with the river gauges. I'm pretty sure that area of Rock Hill, even with all the improvements along Deer Creek and Black Creek there, that area around Rock Hill and Brentwood, we have some flooding problems that always seem to happen there. And I suspect that's probably ongoing there right now as well. All right, so I'm going to switch you off for a little bit. I'm still here, but I'm going to do some checking on things because I can't constantly talk. And, you know, my brain's kind of tired after the week we've had. And I bet yours is too after all this weather this week. But we're going to let you look here at the looping radar for a little bit. And I'll pop back in here if I need to before the top of the hour or otherwise right at the top of the hour, I think is what my plan is at this point, unless something changes.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region.
Ah, Yes, there you go. Thank you, Jonathan. It's the minor details, right? So, anywho, I got too many buttons. Showers and storms with downpours over the same areas. That's our problem right now. As I was saying a minute ago, but you couldn't hear me, the good news that we have is that the severe thunderstorm watch that was down for Farmington and St. Genevieve, that's canceled. The severe weather threat, the southern counties, the risk was hail. It doesn't look like it's going to be a problem. We are looking at the heavy rain, though, across the area. That's looking down into Arnold right now. It is pouring across a good chunk of the metro area, especially now going from St. Louis east and going down to the south. The thing we've noticed here in the last hour, since we were talking to you about 7:35 or so, the back edge of the rain seems to be getting closer to St. Louis. We're not done yet, but this rain also is not as heavy as the rain that we saw earlier. Right now we have the heaviest bands of rain southeast of St. Louis. That's not saying that this rain that's falling in the metro area is helping anything. It's not, because it's still fairly heavy at this point. But as you look down here to the southeast, that's where we have, and we take the lightning off, you can see where the heaviest rain is right now. And it's basically right along the fringes of the 5 on your side area. Over here into Clay County, around Flora, back down towards Iuka, east of Salem. You've had the drenching rain in Salem. They were actually evacuating the Starlight Mobile Home Park because the creek in the town creek was up to the ground level about an hour and a half ago. And when it rains like this, they tend to have some problems. They'd rather be proactive and get folks out before they have to actually do, honest to goodness water rescues. And we don't want to see that. So far, what we have seen when people have said water rescues tonight, it's been a car that got stuck in standing deep water, which is why you don't want to drive through and into the flooded roadways either. You also don't know if that water is flowing and if it could wash your car away, which that's happening in this hilly terrain here down to the south and southeast of St. Louis. So as you go down outside of Nashville, south towards Pinckneyville, then go down towards Carbondale, we got another big surge of heavier rain sliding in there. Now it's still raining here across much of St. Charles County, although it's starting to let up towards Wentzville and going up towards Troy, you're getting out of it. Back to Warrenton, you're getting out of it. So that's good. You should be good to go north and west of St. Louis. But we still have some pockets here around the 270, 255 loop where the rain is coming down a little bit harder. And so we still have flash flood warnings ongoing across this area right now. Here's an area that we're continuing to monitor down towards Cape Girardeau. We have a lot of lightning here. This is one of those supercell thunderstorms that was out ahead of the main line, and it has produced a tornado. It's been confirmed. Looks like Doppler's confirming it again, and they keep a warning going up on it here at this point. But again, that's going to track to the south, and as it approaches the Carbondale area, again, it's getting farther away from those severe weather ingredients. So at some point, we're going to shut that puppy down, and maybe it's just going to be a hail producer after that. But again, we look down to the south and west, and there's still a tremendous amount of rain, and even some embedded areas with hail that's lifting to the northeast that we have to get through. There's still some back here towards Fayetteville, down towards Fort Smith. You've got another band here that's just to the north and west of Little Rock. So all of this moisture streaming our head as the disturbance is starting to slide in from the west. Now, once this disturbance slides on by, that will take the evening heavy rainfall out of the picture. Now, we still have the severe, I can tell you, Rolla doesn't need to be in the severe thunderstorm watch. I would leave Perry County in it, and Perry County, Illinois, Jefferson County in Illinois. You're kind of close enough to where that cell is that it could be a problem. But everybody else is in our area. There's severe weather threats pretty much over. So this is the trend here, going from now through the next couple of hours. There's still going to be some more rain around St. Louis, but the heaviest is shifting east and southeast of St. Louis and shifting out of our area. The only concerns we really have as we go towards 10, 11 o'clock midnight in the additional or worsening of flash flooding would be down to our southeast, Perryville, back towards Farmington, Fredericktown, even into Reynolds County. We may still have another inch or two of rain in some of those areas here before 10 o'clock tonight, which would exacerbate our already very rapidly running water in the valleys and in those creeks and streams. We do get a break overnight from the heavier rain. Not all of the rain, but the heavier rain. And as we go towards daybreak, we start to see more rain building back in. The rain we see coming in here for tomorrow morning is going to be a fairly widespread, steady area of rainfall. But tomorrow, instead of having these torrential downpours like we're seeing tonight, it'll be a steady, at times moderate rain, but not quite as heavy, and we're spreading it out from about 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning through, I'm going to guess, about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All right, so here are the numbers. And again, looking at the numbers, Arnold's gone up, Fenton's going up, Steelville's going up, the numbers are going up. They are still below flood stage along the Merrimack. These are still the forecast values that we have right now. Still moderate to major flooding forecasts along the Merrimack River because of rainfall tonight into tomorrow. Burnsville, level's gone up. St. Peter's, Darden Creek, level's gone up. So we're seeing the water rise. These are the forecast crest values. Based on what we're seeing with the rainfall we have right now, those are the numbers that came out, excuse me, well, that's very rare. Before it started raining this morning, the tree pollen was high. Anywho, so those numbers, the estimated amount of rainfall that was going to happen this afternoon into tonight are cooked into those forecast numbers there for the rivers. So I don't want you to get too wound up yet because those numbers are going to change a little bit. They may go up a little bit, they may go down a little bit. But again, we're making the best forecast we can with those numbers. This is your 7-day forecast here. And tomorrow we continue our weather impact alert day. So for Washington County in Missouri and St. Francis County in Missouri, as well as for Randolph, Jefferson, Washington, Illinois, St. Clair, Illinois, and Monroe, Illinois, the areas off to the south and east of St. Louis, let me just go forward back into this radar, where we have those flash flood warnings in effect. Those areas, the flash flood warning now is extended until, well, either 11:30 or 11:45. 11:30, 11:45. St. Genevieve and St. Francis County, the rest of that's going to 11:30. So I think we're kind of at this point going with about 11:30, 11:45 for the flash flood warnings. Now there'll be ongoing flooding after that overnight because you're not just going to up and drain all this water out of here that quickly. But the good news that we have this evening is really our severe weather threat, as expected, has remained down to the south of St. Louis and just outside of our viewing area. Now, that's a pretty good sell, having, we'll go down there and look at that. That's impressive here, what's gone by just north of Cape Girardeau, and also what is right now developing here around that area just east of Marble Hill. I mean, there's a bit of a circulation in there, too, that's starting to show up. This definitely has some signs, but, again, it's on the cooler side of the front. And so that limits just how much of that wind can get to the ground and kind of does put a limit on that. And we're okay with limits when it comes to severe weather, right? So the back edge of the rain here, you're getting closer to seeing it slide in from the west. I think you're still going to have this area that basically is along 44 into the metro and then up 55 in Illinois and out 70 in Illinois. This is moderate rain, okay, versus what we've seen over here in Salem and Iuka and Mount Vernon and into Nashville and then down towards Sparta, down into Perryville. That's been your heavier rainfall that we've been watching here. And that's where most likely the greater amount of flooding problems are going to be found here in that heavier rainfall. I think the rain, even though it's still falling in St. Louis, I don't think you're going to see dramatic additional flash flooding impacts other than what you've already seen in the metro area right now. All right, so yeah, we don't expect. I'm just looking at what the National Weather Service is telling us, and they're saying that they don't expect to issue any additional flash flood warnings other than the flood warnings that we have right now, but it will probably transition to what's called an aerial flood warning, or just an area-wide flood warning, because then we're going to be dealing not with rushing water or water that rises rapidly. We're going to be dealing with that pesky standing water that we have to deal with. So that's kind of where we are on that. All right, so we'll get you back here. It's what, 8:13. Let me see what that beep was about. Got all kinds of beeps here. Ooh, let's see. Got too many ways. Okay, people there, no. Nope, I don't see anything in the updates here that would tell me that there's any kind of problems. All right, so let me just check in here. Well, let's see, as of 8 o'clock, Fire Department, St. Louis, this is something new. St. Louis Fire Department reporting multiple vehicles trapped in high water, I-70 underneath the East Carey overpass. So that is pretty much, that's one of those areas that tends to flood anyway. You get that in the urban areas. But the rain is letting up, so I would suspect that that water will go down eventually. All right, so it's coming up on 8:15 here. You're watching the back edge of the steadier rain come to an end. Again, we'll get some more rain overnight. We're going to have some more rain tomorrow. It's not going to be a pleasant Saturday. I mean, honestly, it's not. As we go into tomorrow, we're going to be looking at temperatures that are like 45 to 48, 49 degrees. It's going to be raining. Probably from about 8 o'clock in the morning until about 1 or 2 in the afternoon, a fairly steady rain, just not quite as heavy as what we've seen tonight. And so that's not pleasant. It's more aggravating and annoying and a nuisance than it is an additional flood problem, but it just kind of aggravates any ongoing flood situation that might be happening. So you have that. You're looking at the temperatures across the region right now, still hanging right around 50 degrees in St. Louis, and the warm air is still down to our south. Fortunately, not going to be a problem to get that here, because that would be a problem if it did get here. There's your additional rainfall totals through Sunday. Again, this is outside of the torrential downpours that we're seeing right now, because that kind of skews everything. Your flood watch, there you have it. As you're looking at that flood watch there, continuing, and 51 at Lambert. All right, so we'll let you go for now, and we'll check back in a little bit.
The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
Well, good evening, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell here with your weather impact alert update for us tonight. And yes, we continue to mitigate the ongoing rain across the region. There's quite a bit of it, for sure. And we've had our rain add up. Some of us more than 3 inches of rainfall just this afternoon into this evening. Now, the worst of this seems to be shifting east and southeast of St. Louis. So there are some good things. The flash flood warning for St. Charles and St. Louis counties, that's been let go here at this point. Everything's going to be focused south and east of St. Louis. And I think the areas of flash flooding we're hearing from over in Salem, in Marion County, Illinois, you know, it's very flat there. A lot of flooding in downtown Salem on Main Street, I believe it is. Cars are floating, basements are flooded. It's ongoing. When you get 2 to 3 inches of rain in an hour or so, we get that kind of problem in the Salem area because it's flat and you just don't have any place for the water to go. You'll notice temperatures in St. Louis are still holding right around 50 degrees tonight. Cape Girardeau is still right around 60 degrees. But then Memphis has been in the 80s today, so was Nashville, and Nashville's still 80 degrees. That means this air down towards the Boot Heel, far southern portions of Missouri, is still ripe for the potential of severe thunderstorms, but that's pretty much out of our area. We do think there may still be a little bit of hail for a few of our counties on down to the south. Probably it's towards Red Lake and going south from there along 57, or south of DuQuoin and south of Pinckneyville. But otherwise, it's this rain and storms. With the downpours that we've seen this evening, they are beginning to diminish. So while we have ongoing flash flooding, and while we'll transition to aerial flooding, and just a kind of an annoyance here going into tomorrow, because the water that's in the low spots now in our poor drainage areas, they're flooded. They're probably going to stay flooded into tomorrow. It's going to take a bit because the ground is saturated in every direction at this point. We're still looking at some of the creeks and streams. Some of them rose rapidly. Some of them in the metro area already on their way back down. So, you know, that's the response you get from the creeks and streams. Very flashy, very flash floody. You know, boom, up, and then they drop off. Now, the smaller rivers have a slower response to the rainfall. As the creeks and streams feed into them, you will see the smaller rivers like the Merrimack River, the Big River, the Burbus River, they'll come up. We're keeping our devices charged and staying weather aware. I don't think your phone will go off anymore tonight for flash flood warnings. I think unless there's a dam somewhere that breaks or a levee that breaks somewhere that's holding something that we don't know, at this point it looks like the worst of the flooding has occurred or is already being warned for. But that doesn't mean that the water is going away, so don't drive into those flooded roads. And you want to clear the storm drains and the gutters. I know we had some problems with that early on when we were looking at Highway 70 in downtown St. Louis, or near downtown, where we had some flooding. This was going to be the St. Charles camera, and it has not come up for me, unfortunately. I was hoping it would. It's still raining in St. Charles, and there's still some cloud-to-ground lightning out here. But now we've shifted that flash flood threat off to the east, and it stretches from about Vandalia over to about Flora, and then down here into Salem and Nashville, Pinckneyville, Sparta's still in there, down towards Waterloo and Point South, southern portions of St. Clair County, southern portions of Jefferson County, southern portions of Washington County, all of Reynolds, Iron, and Madison counties. You still have rain ongoing in these areas, and there's a fair amount of cloud ground lightning still ongoing. Now, when we look, you see this area down to the southeast, which we'll get to in a minute. That's where the stronger storms are because it's closer to the warm air. Now, this is a generally light rain that's coming in here out across parts of Franklin County into Warren County. This is not, however, as you look at this area here that's stretching across a good chunk right now of, that area east of Cape Girardeau. It's probably had some winds blow through, and they just popped a tornado warning for that little circulation right there. So that's just south of where you split off to go south on 57 or take 24 towards Paducah and Nashville. You know that area if you've ever driven down there. So there is a little circulation there. That's off to the west of New Brussels, probably, but you're right in the crosshairs of it, driving along Interstate 57 southbound, going south of Rend Lake there, southeast of Carbondale. That's not too far from Marion. And then we look back to the west. You still have a lot of water. Everything, all the creeks and streams, and there's a lot of them in this hilly terrain here southwest of St. Louis, they're all running incredibly high right now. And so you don't want to drive through those flooded creeks and low water crossings. That fast flowing water can sweep your car away if it's more than a foot. Doesn't take much, especially if it's rolling real fast. Here's a cell that's coming up north of 44. Now see, this is one of those things that's probably producing some small hail as it's pushing northeast. And yeah, we're not done. The back edge of this still has some energy to work with. It's turning into more of a flash flood threat now along the line of thunderstorms with embedded areas where there's severe weather, particularly as you get into western Kentucky, western Tennessee, southern Illinois, outside of the 5 on your side area. But this is a long stretch of moisture that, is going to be around through the overnight hours. Let's just put it like that. So let's watch this. This is the future cast. Here as we go through the next few hours, we see the back edge of the steadier rain kind of try to drift east and southeast. And of course, the torrential rain is winding down to our south and east. The flooding problems don't just disappear. The water has to go somewhere, so it's still draining. We still have water problems. That's going to take us into tomorrow. And by early tomorrow morning, there's more rain trying to spread in from the southwest. It won't be like what we're seeing tonight in that it will be a lighter rain and gentler, but it's still quite an annoyance. And some of it will be moderate at times down to the south of St. Louis. All right, here's the updates on the Merrimack River. As of this should be right at 9 o'clock here. We're getting the numbers creeping up here. Sullivan's jumped up to just over 10 feet now. Pacific's just over 6 feet, but still the Merrimack at all of our locations is showing below flood stage. These are still the forecasts here. And again, those numbers will change a bit as we continue to update the amount of rainfall that is put into the system to generate those forecasts. Look at Darton Creek now up to 18.2 feet there in St. Peter's. It's pretty close to that crest of 19.6, so it should be getting close to that right now. Burnsville's come up a little bit, Union's come up a little bit, but still the Big and the Burbus are below flood stage at those locations. Here's our future cast into tomorrow. Severe threat again down across parts of Arkansas. They are not getting a break. I mean, it has been a rough, long week for Arkansas emergency managers and first responders, and that's going to go into western Tennessee, western Mississippi too. We're on the northern fringes of tomorrow's batch. Okay, this is all still part of the same storm system that we've been dealing with since last Sunday that's been sending disturbances our way and just fueling this mess. So as we go into tomorrow, we pick the rain back up again. Should be a pretty good shield that shows up. As we head towards lunchtime, pretty steady rain from St. Louis to the south. I think you might get another inch or so down south of St. Louis, but you won't get it all in 20 or 30 minutes like you did tonight. So the flood threat is more of a continuation of the annoyance type of floods, but we're not going to see as much of a jump on the creeks and streams tomorrow as we saw tonight. Down along the Mississippi River, going from the Boot Heel south, more severe thunderstorms are possible, including the potential of tornadoes. By tomorrow evening, we're cool, we're cloudy, we're getting a break from the widespread rain, but the final part of this system will be moving our way on Sunday. And with it, it will bring some rain and snow showers across the bi-state region. You heard that right. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few snow showers A few wet flakes, no accumulations, but it's just kind of putting salt into your wound here. So Sunday is not completely dry, but it's drier than what we saw today, and it's drier than what we'll see tomorrow. So I guess that's the pick day of the weekend, but we're not getting out of the 40s. And by Sunday night, we do start to clear out. That'll lead us into much cooler temperatures going into Monday. So that's reflected here in your next 7 days. Our weather impact alert continuing in through Saturday evening here as we anticipate, dealing with flooding problems and the ongoing situation. I think our crests on the rivers will get stretched out as you get farther downstream here into the early part of next week, but we also get some sunshine. And we may very well have some below freezing temperatures here, or around freezing temperatures, come Monday and Tuesday. So that's where we are right now with the way the things are shaping up. We look at that radar picture again, and the back edge of the rain, kind of right here, just west and north of St. Louis. The really heavy rain is off to our south and down to our southeast, and those are some pretty intense storms across far southern portions of Illinois at this hour. And again, there's this cell that's out here north of Rolla. I bet it is producing some small hail, and that more likely than not is going to end up working here into Gascony County and then into Franklin County, and knowing our luck, it'll head right for St. Charles County with a brief downpour and maybe a little burst of hail. So we'll keep our eyes on that for you. There's a live look right now, looking down at Arnold, where it continues to pour. That's the theme of tonight. It has been really soggy and wet. There's another look. Well, that's the same look I just gave you. How many times do I have to click that mouse to make it move? There's Gateway Arch. Cloud base pretty low tonight. All right, we'll see you at 10 o'clock tonight, 5 on your side. We'll put the streaming radar back up here in just a second so you can kind of monitor what's going on. But we'll see you tonight at 10 on 5 of your side. Complete wrap-up of what's going on weather-wise.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest.